Hello friends, so we need to finish the workshop right now, as soon as possible. So that's what we're going to do. Data mutations. Woo! Yep, okay, cool. So, the web would be a less, or here actually we start with the web. Ever since the invention of HTML, we've had the ability to create interactive web applications thanks to the form element. Hey YouTube friends, so I'm seeing chat pop up. I want to just remind everybody that I do not have the time or inclination to moderate the YouTube chat. It's been a while, but normally I get a lot of spam in my chat. So for that reason and others, because I have multiple platforms I'm streaming to and everything too, I do chat here in the Discord. So if you want to chat in the Discord, and I try to keep monitoring that. So okay, thanks to the form element. Here, let's make this. Good morning, one man. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that, one man. Thank you. Let's look at KCD shop polls and web app fundamentals. Cool. Yeah, hey, that's nice. Yeah, I like that. Definitely want that. Oh, thank you for that bit of cleanup there. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. Let's think on the, yeah, so if we have a file that's been deleted, we can open that in app 1, but not app 2. This is great. I think I'd like to make it so the button says create if the file that will be opened is not does not exist yet. And that being the case, I think I'd like to show both buttons even in the delete case. Can you make that adjustment? That was great, thank you. Yeah, Better SQLite 3, I need to remove that from the dependencies. We'll figure that out later. Eventually this will matter, but for now we don't need that in the dependencies. Oh, we do use it in the server, dang it. Okay, I don't want to have to change the server. Yeah, so we don't use that. Yeah, it's all just Prisma imports. So yeah, we could adjust this to get rid of Better SQLite 3. I'll address that later. Yeah, and we do need to, oh, it times out. Okay, we'll look at those after the content, like you said. Okay, so, man, I just noticed, do I, like, what is my face? Maybe I got sunburned yesterday. Does that look, I gotta look in a mirror sometime, but it looks like I've got this, like, area right where my beard would go, that looks different. I probably got sunburned, because I guess I would have my goggles, yeah. Yep, that's probably a sunburn line. Oh dear. Okay. If we were to type ham in the sandwich type input, whoop, and click create sandwich, here actually let's go with the defaults first. So if this form appears on the route sandwiches, yep, submitting the form will trigger a full page refresh to the route, or to the route. This is great for search pages and for example. However, often we don't, but it would be really bad for a login form, which is why the form element also allows you wouldn't want a coworker to see your password in the URL, would you? Or someone looking over your shoulder. Specify an action or a method attribute to switch from the default get request to a post request. Form method post. It's important to know that even though get and post are not the only HTTP methods or only methods available in HTTP, they are the only two methods available on HTML forms. What happens if you try to do a form method delete? Okay, let's see what happens when I do this. Well, that's annoying. I'm not seeing. Oh, yeah, it does a get. Yep, that's what that is. If you try anything other than get or than post, you'll the browser will just do a get instead. Actually, you know what? We've got this handy thing. Call out. Oh, I forget. Warn. No. Oh, did we? Where's that margin? I thought I released some margin on these. I think this is warning. There we go. Yikes. Yeah, I need to look at the colors for that thing. I got this from my own site, so I thought that would have been correct, but maybe. All right. Oh, right. Let's make sure. Do we have? Yeah, that's dot light. I've got that wrong. We're doing data attributes in here. Maybe Yes. Yes, that is perfect. Thank you, Wonman. Yikes, that is so ugly. Light mode yellow is the worst. Okay. This is more of an info thing anyway. And let's do a, whoops, class name aside. It's not class aside, is it? Oh, apparently it is. Okay, what happened to my margin on my divs? Okay. Yeah, there it was. I think actually we probably want, oh, I misspelled it, that's why. And every direct child of pros should have a margin bottom of 1. Yeah, yep. Fix styles for some themes. Okay, sweet. So let's continue with getting this content done. If anybody has suggestions on better colors for callout warning, I am all ears, because I think this is actually better as a warning. In fact, I am going to make it a warning. I just hate that color. Okay, so from the when the method is post, the form is submitted as a the form body is submitted as sure, a payload instead of a query string. Not exactly. Yeah, no, that is super duper wrong. Okay, this the browser will encode it as yes. You can also control this on the server side. There are you can use the request object or the requests form data method to get the form data. not as a map though. It's a form data object. Yeah, I just TSX everything. That way the syntax highlighting is the same. Okay. Just wherever this ends up sending me, there we go. I wonder where this will send me. Wonder if that even works. Cool. Here, let's add a link to this. You can also change the encoding type of the form using setting the attribute. The only typical for file uploads. Oh, sorry, I just noticed somebody asking how to join the Discord server. There should be a link in the description, but you're asking on Twitch, and I'm not sure if Twitch has a link in the description. So here's a link for Twitch to the Discord server. Make sure to follow the bot instructions. Okay. Let's see. Let's talk about sometimes the server code you want to have handle the form submission is not at the same URL where the form appears. Yep, that is it. The action attribute to specify a different URL. Yep. And there we go. This would Copilot? Yes. Here, we're gonna put this up here. Okay, cool. After a form has been submitted, or the browser submits forms with full page refreshes and expects to get a response from the server that tells the browser what to do next. If the response is HTML, then the browser will simply render that HTML. However, this is a big it is extremely, well, you should not do this. Rare where returning, well, it's not extremely rare, for a successful form submission. Have you ever seen those really annoying pop-ups when hitting the back button that say confirm form resubmission? That's okay because the browser is trying to resend the form data to the server that you submitted when you were brought to that page the first time. This can be, well, actually, what were you going to say, Copilot? This is because the browser doesn't know if the response it got from the server. No, not exactly. What was I going to say now? I got a suggestion on the callout warning to use BG yellow 50 and text yellow 800. I wonder what that would look like. We need to get this update. There we go. Now we get some space. That's nice. Okay, so I doubt that I have BG yellow 50 and all that. So let's see if I come in here, and a class name. Oops. And I say BG yellow 50. Oh man, it doesn't give me the hex. That's the worst. But I just want to see what it looks like. Okay. And text yellow 800. That is this. Or color, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still not super jazzed about it. Thanks, though. Okay. Is a really common problem with an extremely simple solution. Don't respond with HTML for successful form submissions. I remember what I was going to say. This can be a major problem if the request that was submitted was a bank transfer or an airline ticket purchase. Instead, respond with an HTTP or a redirect. Using the location header and a 302 status code. This is commonly referred to as, no, not revalidation at all. I'm actually not really talking about revalidation, so I maybe should re-header this, retitle this section, but post redirect get, yeah. So, yeah. Hold on a second. Okay. Let's see. The back button. That's what we'll do. Okay, now we're going to talk about revalidation, because what I used to do. No, that is not what I want to say at all. Because it is a full page refresh, the HTML the server sends back to the user should always, will always have the latest data. This is awesome because it means you don't really need to worry about state management in the database can be the source of truth. Yeah, my front endness is showing here, but this will be fine, I think. Talking about problems that people who haven't been in the front end would be like, well, yeah, sure, that doesn't make sense why you would even bring that up. So with the foundational web primitives we have, web apps will always have fresh data as the user navigates and submits forms. Unfortunately, that's not the case if you try to update data with JavaScript. Okay, I'm gonna sit down and get a drink. I'm feeling a little sore from yesterday. The snowboarding trip I went on with some friends. Yeah, that's starting to hit me. Oh well. Okay. Which you can do with the fetch API. You would do this if you don't want a full page refresh when the user submits a form, which is the user experience that our users demand or expect from modern web applications. Okay. feel like there was something else I was going to say about this. This can be a real challenge unless you're using a progressively enhanced single page app framework like Remix. Wink. In Remix. Okay, so in the Remix world, Remix has mutation capabilities built in the framework, and it's entirely based on the form the browser behavior for forms. Remix is a browser emulator, which simply means it prevents the full page refresh. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. But it's worth the work because can you imagine every time you like a tweet, you get a full page refresh? What a disaster that would be. It prevents the full page refresh, but still emulates or trigger or makes it feel to you, the developer, like you don't, like you're working with like you're building a, it makes it so you don't have to worry about revalidation, because Remix will revalidate all your data when the form is submission is successful. Let's see. The API for mutations in your UI code is just like a regular form, except you use Remix's form component. And let's go find that. An example would be useful here, but I want to, because Remix is a full stack application framework, it also has a server-side API for handling the forms submission. It looks very similar to the loader API. You in your route module, you export an action function, async action function, Here, let's action. Come on. And receive the request and params. And you're expected to return a response. Yuck. Remember, if the form submission is successful, you should return a redirect. Okay, break time. See you in a bit. Okie doke. Let's continue. All right. So, nah, not how we do it. Nope, we used to do it that way. We don't do it that way anymore. Okay, let's see. I think that's probably enough. Again, once your, oh sweet, PR15 is done. Great. Let's look at that. Thank you, one man. Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot to look at your other PR. Stellar, this is great. Did you change where the button goes too? It looks different, but I think probably not. Yeah, anyway, it looks great. Even if it's moved, I think it looks awesome. Cool, cool. Thank you so much. And yes, sweet. Having the title there is very helpful. I think I want a little space there. Can we put a little space there? And this is kind of hard to read, this diff. But yeah, I figured that's what was going on there. That makes sense. Here, I've got an idea. I'll just do this. Oh, this is position absolute. Okay, so it won't be there. It will be maybe right here. We'll just put a margin on it. I don't know where margin is going to end up on this thing. Change top 9 to top 8 or top 7. Oh, well, I'm not sure I want it closer to the top. I want a little space here. So actually, if you can, since you've got it open, presumably, if you can just add a little bit of space there, maybe like 16 pixels or something, that would be awesome. I'll add a comment for posterity. This is great. Could you please add about 16 pixels of space between the title and the first line of the readme content. Okay. Sweet. Again, once your form has been submitted, Remix will revalidate all your data, so you don't have to worry about state management in the client. Yay! All right, that's enough for this. So come in here. Forms. Let's see. Oh, yeah. On top of this, Remix allows you to give the user an even better experience by showing pending UI using the use navigation hook. Kind of thinking maybe use navigation should be introduced later. That's interesting. Okay. Let's see. Submitting. See, is submitting. Is loading, or is validating. Is, let's see. Here's an over-the-top example of use navigation that should help you get a sense of how much or of the information you can get from use navigation from the navigation object. Okay. As well as use form action hook. let's put that in here. I think we want to put all of this in the exercise where we actually do pending UI. So we're going to move this, because otherwise people forget, or it'll just be like, whoa. Okay, here, let's get our form action is form action. No, this would be navigation dot, oh shoot. Form action. Okay, and is form method form method is post. And submitted sandwich type navigation form data get sandwich type. Okay, whoops. Okay, so yeah, and let's see, is redirecting. Yeah, they had an example. Yeah, so there we can say is submitting and creating sandwich, and we can actually say is redirecting. All done, redirecting. Otherwise, if we're submitting and creating sandwich, otherwise create sandwich. And actually we can say submitted sandwich type. Yeah. Cool. Sometimes, manager, some of our users have complained that the UI doesn't feel responsive because after they submit their profile form, it it can take a while before there are any updates, and they're not sure whether they did something wrong. Could you give them some feedback while they're waiting for the server to respond? Yeah. Okay. Sweet. Man, I still kind of feel like we need some more space. Could we double the space that you've added there? Thank you. Yeah, I like where it is from the top where the title is, but yeah, just a little more space, like maybe twice as much space as what's there now. Okay. Great, so coming back here, that gets us set for forms. So start learning forms. Diff here, we're just going to make the form, and this is just on the profile. We're ready to start allowing users to change their username and name. Let's start by adding a form to the profile page. Yeah, there's not too much more I need to say about this. We'll have the we'll add the action later, and it can go on that route, so no need to specify a action on the form. The loader will load the user's information, so you can default the input values to their current values. Let's see, anything else? Oh, yeah. We do have a, well, no, Marty the Moneybags explaining that. Let's open that up, and the variant should be primary, and the size should be medium wide. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see. I think we need a call out. It's important to know that on the web and in Remix, there can only be one form submission at a time. You definitely can submit multiple one navigational form submission at a time. You can definitely submit multiple forms back to back, but the last one will always win in the event of a redirect. In Remix, there's also a mechanism for submitting data without user interaction using a hook called useFetcher. This is a bit more advanced than we'll get in this workshop, though, so we'll save it for later. Okay, cool. That makes me feel better. Okay, so once they finish that form, then the manager can say, great work. So form, the form doesn't actually do anything yet, but we've got the HTML structure in place, and that's half the battle. Okay. Thank you. I think I would like wider space here between the title and the first line of the README. Yeah, probably twice the space that's at. So the top of this was actually fine where it was at. I don't think we need any more space between in this area, just more space between these two. So hopefully that makes sense. By the way, you don't have to do any of this. I really do appreciate you working on it, but don't feel compelled to do all this work. I do appreciate it, though. Okay. Okay. Great, so that's that one. And now here we are with this, actions. Let's look at our diff for that. So yeah, we're writing the action function. Now, let's see, manager. Now it's time to make our form actually do something. So, could you add an action to our route that, what does it do? That updates the user's information with what they have submitted. Don't worry about doing any validation yet. We can trust our users. Just kidding. We'll get to that later. Okay, that's pretty much it for that. And then so people will not be clicking on the def. Instead, they'll click on this, they'll go here, and then they'll look at this, and they'll follow the instructions in here. I guess we could also say, once the user's data has been updated, go ahead and redirect them to the to their profile page. Okay. Here I'll also say, we know this isn't a Prisma workshop, so we'll give you some code to use for updating the database submissions. Also, I think let's do this. We'll fix this. Here, actually. Normally, it's important to listen to TypeScript. Okay. So then they do that, and it works great. Yep. Okie doke. Also, Lily, the life jacket, is going to look the other way on some stuff. What happened? We'll fix that later, though. Okay. Great. So then say, great job. It doesn't look very nice at the moment, but that's what we'll work on next. Anything else I want to say about that? Isn't it cool that we can have our UI code right next to the server code that handles those mutations? And then, did you notice when you update the name, the user's name, that the name in the upper right corner updates without you having to worry about it? How cool is that? Okay, cool. Very cool. That's how cool it is. Now fields. Let's see here. We've got a nice field component that I want you to use. It has better styles out of the box and also has a nice error message UI, which we'll use later when we add validation. Here's a quick example of how to use the field component. Label props. Children, first name, input props. Because Peter, the product manager, is the one talking to us. Let's not put the errors there. We'll do this. There aren't any. You won't use this prop in this exercise, but we'll add it later. And we don't do a placeholder either. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's everything. Oh yeah, class name is also you can use the class name prop to add styles to the field, which we'll do in this exercise, but we don't always need it. Okay, let's see. Do I explain that? Yep, okay. Okay. Cool. Great. Manager. Now our field looks nice and smooth. Oh, thank you, One-Man. Let's see. Yes, I like this. Is that the same as it was before? Am I saying I like the thing I said I didn't like? This looks good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it looks like you finished that already, so yep, let's go for it. Okay, so Lily has been bugging me about this TypeScript stuff a lot. So let's fix those issues next. Yeah. It's pretty common to have a component like this in most applications to wrap up fields and keep them looking consistent. So thanks for doing that. Okay, cool. Finally, I've taken control, and now Peter is no longer in charge. Okay. Just a little lighthearted humor there. Let's see. Yeah, we need to make certain that the submitted data is text or is a string. When you read a value from form data, you know what? This form entries thing, we should get rid of that. I don't know. See, because we're not using formdata.get. And that's really what we should be using. Okay. Let's do this. It makes it easier for people to see which part of this is abstraction and which part of it is like API. Okay, that's better. The result could be one of three things. One, null, if the value doesn't exist in the form. Two, string, if the value is a simple string. And three, file, if the value is a file upload. Okay, break time. See you in 5 minutes. All right, let's get back into it. So, yeah, we should add a timeout to the to those so that it just doesn't run forever, because if it runs longer than, like, I don't know, 15 minutes, then it's probably never going to finish successfully anyway. I'm not sure what is wrong with Mac OS, but yeah, it's not great. So eventually should probably figure out what that is. Speaking of, let's actually update. Here we go. Yay! Yes. That is great. So interesting. I didn't even realize I was looking at the solution, and then I saw that. Oh, sweet. Yeah, that's cool. I like that a lot. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, here we are. All right, let's see. If in this case, if the name or username are anything but string, then we've misconfigured our form, or someone is hitting our action URL directly. In either case, that's unexpected, and we should just throw an error. We could do this if type of name is not equal to string, then throw new error, expected name to be a string. But there's a handy module for this that called tiny invariant that we'll use instead. Typo on line 26. Oh, it looks like I deleted that. Thanks. So go ahead and add that. We'll handle the error later. Okay, cool. And now for the solution. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that is now behind us. Remember, a wise man once said, I don't think that I've got the embed stuff, but maybe. No, this is not distracting me from my task. Thank you. TypeScript. Showing you. Yep, looks like. All right. We're still not quite finished. All right. And then we already did that one. I feel like that's probably pretty good. And okay, so the manager says thank you very much. This experience, it looks much better than before, and users now don't accidentally submit the form multiple times. Pending UI will give users more confidence in our application's ability to serve them well. Okay. Great, we finished exercise 4. Yeah, thanks, Ayush. I feel the same way. It is coming together, and it does look awesome. Really cool. You know what? These, I feel like this should link to this page, and well, the rest of this is fine. You know what? It's fine. Don't worry about it. No, I don't want it to link to that page. Change my mind. I do still need to have this start the server. And I still want to have the list of steps in here. Oh man, still so much work to do. SEO optimization, who wrote that? Not me. I probably did. That's ridiculous. Search engine optimization. Here we go. All right, error handling. Handle them errors. Let's review. Our diff from the first, well, no, that's kind of tricky. They're intermediary steps. Oh, this is sweet. Yeah, that's very nice. I like that. Okay. And actually here I want to see if we go back to routing. Create, haha. All right. So we've got handling route errors, handling response errors, and using the error abstraction. That's it. Okay, that one's actually pretty quick. Okay, cool. So error handling. The web. On the web, errors are communicated from, well, let's see. Errors can happen in many ways. HTML and CSS are quite forgiving when it comes to errors. Or yeah, can be quite, but JavaScript, yeah, crops up a bunch of errors all the time. Oh, that's stupid. What a stupid thing to say. No. You can have errors from your JavaScript code running in the browser, and errors on that happen when a request is made. That happen on the server when a request is made. The server errors are communicated through HTTP status codes. There are, here, let's status codes. Here we go. Check this out, stack edit, paste, and now copy. I've got markdown, boom. From that article, we find the, let's see, categories of HTTP status codes. So, errors are communicated through issue status codes ranging from 400 to 599. Client error responses could also be termed as expected errors, where we, the server, know that the client did something wrong that we anticipated. For example, maybe they requested something that does not exist, they don't have access to, or they must first log in to view, to access. 404, they don't have access to, that's 403, and 401. Pretty sure that's 403. Let's double check. Unauthorized is 401, forbidden is 403. 403 is for, 401 is they must first log in. Sweet, nailed it. Server error responses are errors we did not anticipate. These are errors that we did not handle in our code. No. Or we tried to access, or it could be as simple as trying a runtime error where we tried to access a property on an object that does not exist. It should be noted that you can intentionally throw errors that result in 500 range errors. But the point is that for those types of errors, there's nothing the user can do to to avoid the error. Those errors are the server's responsibility. All right, what else is useful here? You will sometimes run into error pages in your browser. But there's not phone call. It says number verified. Okay, give me a second. Okay. I asked if my health is good because my face looks tired. I am not surprised my face looks tired. My entire family has gone through an illness the last couple weeks, and my turn was on when was I feeling sick? Monday, I think. I was feeling pretty miserable. It just lasted a day. Maybe it was Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember now. But anyway, it was a couple days ago. And But yeah, I'm still kind of recovering from feeling so exhausted. And yeah, just my wife is now feeling it. And well, she's getting better too. So it's just been rough. And yesterday I went snowboarding and, I get sore and stuff. So I'm not surprised that I look tired, is all I'm saying. My health is fine outside of that, I guess. Okay, there's not a standard way to display errors in the browser. Applications need to handle these errors themselves. It should be, here, let's do a call out info. Or, yeah. You should know that, well, let's see. When making an HTTP request with fetch, if the response comes back with an error status code 400 to 599, the promise is correctly not rejected, even though there was an error in the request was still successful. Yep. The response object will have an OK property you can use to check if the response was successful or not. Okay. Let's see. Anything else I care to talk about in here? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that needs an extra one of these. Error handling in JavaScript. To handle an error in JavaScript, you use a try catch. But there's a catch to this, pun intended. JavaScript has many asynchronous features, and those may not be and errors in those may not be handled as you might expect, especially with regard to callbacks. Just keep this in mind when you're handling errors. I don't know, this is stupid. I'm gonna delete that. No, that's fine. Okay, in Remix. Remix has a nice way to handle these kinds of errors and customize the UI for them. It's called error boundary, which is a borrowed concept from React, but has more capabilities. for example, it handles errors that occur during the server render. Okay. Each route module can define can export a component called error boundary, and that component can access the error it's handling via the I can't remember what it's called because this is actually kind of relatively new. It used to be a little different. Use route error hook. Let's see if we can find that. Thanks to the nested layout routing of Remix, this error boundary mechanism allows fairly fine-grained control over where errors appear in the UI and how they are displayed. Allows much of the application to still be functional if only a part of the nested layout is affected. Okay. Remix also has a special ability for you to throw response object in your loaders and actions, which allows you to specify a status code for the error that ends up in being sent to the browser. Here, let's see. These status codes are important because the browser and search engines behave based on the status code. So you do want to make sure you're following the specification for each one. Okay. Yeah, we'll do an example of that later. Okay, great. So that is errors. Okay. Let's just see which files are affected. Yeah. Okay. We're going to handle errors in the files we've been working in so far. To get started, we'll just handle 2 of them. Could you please add an error boundary component to both that and that, so we can handle errors that happen in our app. Let's see. I feel like there's something more I should say, but there's not really. Oh yeah. Please make sure to log the error in the console error so we can see what's going on in our debugging. Oh yeah, there was something. I wanted to test it. I thought I had that testing stuff in place. I have it here. No. Huh, where is it? That's interesting. I thought I had that in place. All right. Oh, it's right there. Ah, yeah. Okay, I'll just mention it. It's in both of them, that's why. Note, we've added a couple commented out errors for you to test things out. Cody added a couple commented out errors for you to test things out in different places throughout the files. Yeah, so we got one in here, and I think we've got, here we'll just do it in the profile page. Okay, there we go. Stellar. Okay. and the solution. Great job. Now we have a much better experience when errors occur. Let's start here actually. If you open and comment in one of the errors Cody added for you, then try loading loading the loading link to file to settings profile. You'll notice the error looks pretty bad. We definitely want to customize that. Okay, so let's make sure link to app. Okay, cool. So let's try that. First, we'll start the app, open this, comment in this. Yeah, this is still not perfect. Got to figure out something about that. So log in, Cody loves you. Okay, then we go settings profile, kablooey, and then we add the error boundary. At the bottom, we'll just get rid of these. Oh no, something went wrong. Sorry about that. Boom, much better. Okay. Cool. Just make sure we have only the changes we care about, and that's it. Okay, great. Oh, these titles are different. Handle route errors, handle errors. Let's just do handle route errors. Okay. Error response. As mentioned earlier, Remix allows you to handle or to throw new response from your loaders and actions, so you can control the status code and other information sent in the response. For example, didn't I have something? Maybe not. No. Okay. Export loader. Not at all what I wanted to do. File name, app route, sandwiches, sandwich ID. Okay, it is break time. I will finish this example after the break. Yeah. Oh, wrong one. There we go. One man colocation. I think the non-hyphenated version, that's the one I always use. So that's what we're going to go with. So, okay. So we're going to work on the example. Let's see. We can say user await require user request. Say require okay, so we get the user, and then let's do this. We'll say get user, and say if not user, then throw a new response, not authorized. Is it unauthorized? Yeah, they do unauthorized. We can say not, but unauthorized. And then we'd say sandwich get sandwich param sandwich ID. Invariant here. Let's do invariant. This invariant will throw an error, which our error boundary will handle as well. Okay, this response will be handled by our error boundary. And there we go. So we'll say lines 18 and 10 are the ones of interest. Cool. Ooh, I don't know if we have talked about redirects. Shoot. In the exercises. But I wish there was an easy way for me to determine this. Ah, dang it. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, so none of these will have any redirect things at all. I don't think these will have any redirect things either. It might be data loading could. No redirects in there. And none in there. Yes, we are redirecting. Well, we sort of are. We're throwing right here. Yeah. We'll get into deeper detail about throwing responses later, but for now, okay. Yeah, but we still don't have a redirect. We're not using redirect anyway. I just want to make sure. Does this look bold to anybody else? Font weight. No, it's not, I guess. I kind of want to make it light. It just feels kind of bold. Yeah, I kind of want to make that light. We'll look at that later, I suppose. Okay, just want to make sure we don't have anywhere where we're using the redirect utility, and it does not appear that we are, so Remix has a handy utility for redirects as well. This is a great way to make nice utilities that make the regular application code much easier to write and read. Actually, maybe what we should do is like a diff sort of thing. Yeah, let's do the diff. Okay, get rid of, yeah. make sure that looks the way I want it to. Yep, that does. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. And then user equals await require user request. And the add goes after the remove. So we add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's remove 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 8 through 12, and add 13. Okay, cool. Yeah, the GitHub action, for example, macOS latest has run for more than an hour. Yeah, it does that every time. I'm not sure why. Eventually, we should probably get that sorted. Okay. So all right, so now Peter's coming in. Great, with all that knowledge, now I'd like you to do something. Oh, right. We're not done yet. When you throw a response, here, maybe I kind of feel like we should handle this earlier. Yeah, probably up here. There's a bug in the title. Oh. When you scroll the page, really? Oh, yeah. That's position absolute for you. Yeah, let's get rid of that position absolute. That I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, here we go. And if you can't do it right now, I can do it later. It's fine. When you throw a response from a loader action, actually, yeah, we'll catch it and render your error boundary component instead of the regular route component. You can access or in that case, the error you get from use route error will be the response object that was thrown. You can get the error or because it's impossible to know what error was thrown, it can be difficult to write the correct or display the correct error message to the user, which, you know, Lily doesn't need to be the one to say that, which is why Remix also exports a is route or error response. I think that's what it's called. No, that's not what it's called at all. Is a route error response utility, which checks whether the error is a response. If it is, then you can access the status property to know the status code. and render the right message based on that. Your response can also have a body if you want the error message to be determined by the server. Okay. Of throwing responses. It's quite powerful, yada, yada, yada. Okay, great. With all that knowledge, here, let's do an example. Here's an example of handling the error, right? A response error. Whoops. There you go. That works out nicely. Probably wouldn't do an H1 though. Just a P tag is probably sufficient. Okie doke. Upgrade our error boundary in to handle A44. Once you're done, you should be able to go to link to app to users I do not exist and see a nice error message there. This link to app thing is amazing. It is so great. If we go to solution and start the app, then we'll see what it looks like when it's solved. I do not exit. Exist. Cool. Okay. Great. So once we have handled that, the manager comes in and says, thanks a lot. This is looking much better than before, and our users are already much happier with this. I know you've worked hard on this, but it turns out we've already got a handy abstraction for this that you could have used this whole time. Facepalm. Let's use that in the next step. To keep things consistent, we've one of our engineers has made a handy abstraction for error boundaries. You can find it in inline file work app components error. What was it? Error boundary. There we go. Here's how you use it. Okay. Could you please update all our custom error boundaries to use this abstraction? I think that's all how that is going to be used everywhere, because there's another piece of the abstraction that is handy, but yeah, I don't think we need that. Thanks. Okay, cool. And great. Now we've got a really nice consistency with our errors. You know, one other thing I should probably mention is bubbling. Wow, why is this so wide? What happened to that? Weird. It's kind of annoying. I don't like that at all. Additionally, if a route module does not export an error boundary, then Remix will find its nearest ancestor that does and use that one. And render that one in place of that ancestor. We call this error bubbling. Okay, great. Finish exercise 5. Whoops. VS Code extension I'm using is called Headwind. Yeah. Hold on. It looks like it's disabled. Yeah, I guess that must be coming from the Tailwind plugin by itself. Yep, that's the one. Headwind. What? Yeah, it looks like the sorting must have been built into the regular Tailwind thing, so I'm going to uninstall that. I don't need that anymore, I guess. So that's the one. I was going to... Oh, another thing. Anytime you're wondering what I'm using, my uses page has all the stuff, including my VS Code config and extensions and stuff. Okay. Sweet. We just have 3 more. Oh, man. Okay. Well, let's get started with form validation. Okay. Okay, so form validation on the web. Let's see, HTML has built-in support for validation of form elements. Among others, here are some of the attributes you can give form elements to have the browser validate them for you. Yep. Is that all of them, basically? Sure, thanks. That actually is okay. The unfortunate truth here, though, is that you cannot rely on the browser to validate your forms for you. Users can easily bypass such validation by adding manually adding let's see, no validate to the form tag. Yeah, all that is stupid. Or submitting or making the HTTP request directly using another tool. This is why it's important to validate your forms on the server. HTML validation should, or client-side validation should be seen as a nice progressive enhancement for a better user experience. Okay. Let's see. Good question. Do I want it to stay in place? I don't know. What do you think? I think I want it to stay in place like that. Maybe it would be nice to have it have like a drop shadow or something. That could be nice. But I'd only want the drop shadow to show up when it's scrolled. I don't know how hard that would be with Tailwind, or at all. But yeah, I think I'm fine. Either way, I think I like it to stay put like you've got it right there. But if you can make a shadow when it's scrolled, that would be sweet. Oh, sweet. We've got another attendee to the workshop. If you're watching, hi. I'm excited to have you there. I'm going to add you to the list of people coming in less than 24 hours. Sweet. Okay. And let's see. As far as the server is concerned, there is no standard way to handle validation other than to respond with a 400 status code if there are validation errors. You typically want to respond with the error messages as well. And then the client should display those error message. In in the appropriate places, next to the form elements that failed validation. In some cases, well, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that is probably it for web validation. There's also like custom validation validators you can do in JavaScript and stuff, but yeah. Okay, in Remix. Yeah, Remix doesn't do anything for form validation. Remix does not have built-in form validation. However, its APIs for however, it does have a nice way to get the data that or the error messages the server responds with using the useActionData hook. Okay, Remix docs action data. Okay, so let's look at an example. React, and we've got JSON and type data function args from Remix run node. Export a function called action that takes, no, form. Here, let's do file name, app routes, subscribe. We'll do email. Yep, there we go. And then I just realized we should probably talk about this here. Whoa, that was not export function async. The main difference, it's actions are called for non-get requests, and loaders are called for get requests. So if your form has a does not specify a method or specifies method get, then your loader will be called instead of the action. Okay, that's really good to know. Okay, so label email input required type email label button type submit. Okay, and we'd say okay, field errors. I messed something up. What did I mess up? This. And it gets really complicated when you want it to be accessible. We've got an exercise on accessibility, so I'll worry about that later. Okay, let's see. The things we want to call out on here are lines number 9 through 18, and 27, 29, and 30, and 37 through 43. Oh, and line 2. So we import use action data. We're returning the errors. We got this. Okay, cool. keep in mind that because use action data returns the action data, it could be undefined until the form has been submitted. Okay, cool. Break time. See you in a bit. Okay, and I just remembered that I totally forgot to scan the QR code so that I could get extra centered points and also not be distracted. Also, I forgot that I opened up my window. Okay, here we go. So, I think I can stand for a sec. That's my last break. I think I'm gonna take lunch after this next break. Okay, cool. So, I think we're gonna do call out error. There are important accessibility considerations when it comes to form validation, which we will address in the next exercise. Oh, no, that's interesting. Danger, I think, is what that's supposed to be called. Okay, cool. Man, this app looks so good. Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, so let's go with, I think we've got enough in here. Let's just make sure, take a look at these diffs. So we're making the errors and sending that off to those things. Yep, that's good. And async form validation it's a trick question because it's all running on the server anyway. Now, should we have validation attributes added? Probably. Yeah, these fields should have validation attributes added. So if we add the length is 1 and 3, so name min length 1, min length 3, yep, let's do that. So let's do this. We only want to do it from 6 on. So let's see if we can be clever about this. 06 or 07 or 08. Rats. Oh, sweet, you can comma separate. Cool, that's nice. Okay, so then min length 3. Get all those, except for this one actually. It's kind of a funny case. Add a min length prop of 3. And then this will need a min length of 1. Okay, cool. And then this one will say, add a min length prop of 1. Oh, also, these should be required, I think. Or no, name is not required, but the username is. Okay, so let's open this in app 2. Okay. That is good. So then we come here and we say we need to add error validation to our profile. Or remember when I joked about being able to trust our users and not needing to do validation? Well, yeah, that was definitely a joke. Let's add validation. I need you to add some, we're going to focus on just the name and username to start. I need the username to be required and have a min length of 3, and the name needs a minimum length of 1. Yes, some people have a single character name. Okay. Let's see, anything else that Peter needs to talk about? Yes. We have we're already using the field component which accepts an errors prop, which it expects to be an array of error messages that uses another component we have called error list, which we will use directly for any form errors. let's see. We don't need, oh yeah, we do. Please add some server-side validation to the action function, and you display any errors returned from that in our fields. And yeah, in the form. All right, your emoji friends will guide you. Thanks. Okay, great. And then okay. Manager comes in and says, wow, awesome. Thanks a lot for that. I feel much better knowing users, or we've got some nice validation in place. Sometimes the validation isn't quite so easy, like the password change. Let's get into that next. Simple. Okay. The trick with async validation in Remix is that the entire action function is already async, and you have access to all your data. So this, here, let's see, manager, I think the manager isn't talking here. This is Olivia. What really would be an interesting challenge is doing client-side validation without requiring a request to the server or submitting the form. But that's a bit out of scope for this workshop, so you'll have to come to another workshop to learn that. Let's implement the password change functionality. We'll need to validate that the user had, let's see, if a new password has been submitted, we'll need to validate that the current password is provided and correct before making the change. Okay. Tailwind does it with use effect. Man, that's too bad. Okay, well, man, that's too bad you can't do it with just plain old CSS. All right, I'm fine with that. Okay. Sweet, that should be enough. Awesome. Our users are going to be so happy. Thanks for implementing these features. Keep up the good work. Okay. Great. Two left. Man, we're gonna do it. Finish exercise 6. Man, this is so much better than Epic React as far as like organization is concerned. You get the title of the, like just this one thing, having the title in the folder name. I don't know why I didn't do that with Epic React. That would be really easy. But yeah, just that makes it so much easier to navigate this stuff. Okay, accessibility. Bum-ba-da-dum. Let me check on something. Sorry, 1 second, gotta take care of something in the Remix Conf world. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. Now we can get back to accessibility. So here we add form IDs, label IDs and stuff, and then ARIA attributes for validation. Cool, cool. And then we've got a use effect for focus management. Yeah, okay. So I'm not going to beat around the bush. Web applications it's a lot of work to make a web application fully accessible to all users. However, failure to do so can lead to loss. You know what? Lawsuits are one thing, but an extremely poor user experience for a segment of your users that are already at a disadvantage. Matter of being inclusive. Yeah. Additionally, you could find yourself in the middle of a lawsuit if you don't make your web application accessible. So this is an extremely important subject. We're going to stick this above the web. That deserves more of your attention than a single exercise in a web app fundamentals workshop. Okay, so the web. A lot of effort has gone into the web platform to make it as accessible as possible. When we talk about accessibility, there are a lot of different aspects to do. Not exactly. Well, yeah, it kind of does. I'm gonna clean this up, don't worry. Actually, I've got an idea. Sort of. Yeah, okay. That's maybe a little too much. Okay, let's go to ChatGPT and see how it cleans up other AI input. Could you please tighten this up and make it sound better? Sure, that actually doesn't sound too bad. Okay, we're gonna just clean up a couple of things. We're just gonna go with that. yeah, we're not going to talk about language translation stuff. I think we'll just, that's as far as we're going to go there. So a lot of your, well, let's see what else. A big part of web accessibility revolves around, let's see, your job is to make it so the browser can employ these technology to provide a great experience for all users. So while many of these many accessibility concerns involve design and word choice, in your role as a web developer, you should, a lot of your time will be spent ensuring your forms are forms, links, and other labeled and structured. Yep. For one example of this is properly labeling your form elements. So the browser, or so screen readers, well, yeah, the browser knows which labels are associated to which form elements. The same applies to error messages as well. For example, here's a form with, let's just do the labels. For, well, here, let's see what Copilot has to say, why this is important. You don't have any guarantees. There are a few ways to associate a label and a form element. The most common, no, that's not. A common way to do this is through the for and ID attributes. Yep. Call out info. In React, the for attribute is not allowed as a prop, so you use HTML4 instead. There's a bit of a fun history lesson there, but we're not going to get into that. Okay. The web platform has many good, built-in features for accessible elements. However, in some cases, use something props call prefixed as ARIA. ARIA is an acronym for, what is it, Copilot? I can't remember. Accessible Rich Internet Applications. It is a set of attributes that define ways to do. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's often said that the first rule of ARIA is don't use ARIA. It's so often said that Copilot knew. This is one example of when, oh yeah, here. Yeah, I mean, you can do that, but you can actually use a label element. So, yeah, using ARIA label is like kind of a lazy way to do this, but yeah. I just saw somebody on YouTube commented, boring. I'm not here for your entertainment. So you can scoot along to your TikTok videos and stuff. It's fine. I'm not offended, and I'm not bothered by it either. Sorry that I'm not as exciting as other things you watch. But if you want to come to the workshop, that will not be boring. The workshop will be awesome. Okay. Let's see. One common example of this is error messages. Is the web doesn't have a built-in mechanism for associating error messages to the fields they're reporting on. So you need to use ARIA to do this. All right, what are you going to do, Copilot? ARIA invalid true. Roll alert. I feel like I remember doing roll alert and it was not great. So we're going to say not that. ID or ARIA described by unfortunately there are there is a what is the word? Disappointing gap in different the support various screen readers have for does it not? I don't know. For ARIA and other accessibility features. That's why it's important to test your web application with a screen reader on various platforms. Okay, let's see. I was hoping you would have something for screen readers. All right, let's just go with Wikipedia then. This is a new design. I have not seen the new design. One thing that can help a lot is using libraries that abstract away the complexities of, for common components you need. In Rocket Rental, for example, we're using a set of React components from Radix UI. In Remix. Okay. Remix does not currently have any special support for accessibility. However, its support for React enables you to use libraries like Radix UI, which do a great job of making comments. Yep. Yeah, we're not really doing anything with Remix that is about accessibility. So, yeah. Also, nested routing helps users can help with maintaining keyboard focus in many instances. It is possible that in the future, Remix will have more support for this. You know what? It does. Remix has some special support features that support you in making your application accessible. For example, the link component Nope, that's not exactly what we're looking for, but Remix will automatically manage scrolling for you as the user navigates around your application. And if there's a situation where you don't want to restore scrolling, you have a lot of power to control this on a per link or per page basis. And there is a great Remix single, man. Something like that.
Welcome to another Remix.
Thank you, Ryan. Videos. Scroll management.
I'm Ryan Florence.
Learn more from this Remix single about scroll restoration. Also, Remix's support for React. That's what you do. Additionally, that's what else to do. Okay, and I forgot to talk about keyboard focus. Another important aspect you'll have to work with a lot as a web dev is managing keyboard focus. Okay, and after my break, I will come back and finish that thought. So see you in oh, actually it's lunchtime. So give me a second to actually finish this. And then we can break for lunch. So okay. When, for example, when the user navigates to a page, your application should automatically focus them to the first focusable element on the page. Relevant focusable element on or if the user submits a form and there are errors, your application should auto focus to the first field with an error message. Okay, there we go. And that's it. I think that's all we're going to talk about here. Yep. Sweet. Let's actually, you know what? Let's bring that back up. Accessibility. Start learning. So for this first one, we are going into forms and adding fallback UI. Okay. Call out info, because we're dealing with both reusable components and non-reusable IDs, sometimes it can be handy to generate IDs. In React, to do this in a way that is, oh yeah, this won't format right here, safe for a server render, you'll likely need to use the use ID hook. And that we can find React.dev use ID. Okay. Great, so then we come over, I think we can finish this and then I'll take my break. We need to update the accessibility of the fields, or field component. The label, or the current implementation, is not accessible because the label and the input are not associated with each other. Manager, please find Cody in here. We're going to go to line 400 or something like that, 450-ish. And make sure the label and input have association via the ID and HTML4 props. Is that all we're doing? I think that's all we're doing. Let's do this actually. Just to make it a little bit more clear. Here, you can test that these fields are associated. Oh, yeah, we can't really do that in ours because the label is in the middle of the input. I wonder though, if I come here to the problem and we start the app, man, I got to fix that. What? Okay, that was weird. Profile, create. If I click on the label, ooh, yeah, that's bad. Okay. You can test out whether your changes fixed the problem by clicking on the label inside, label text inside the input. If the input is focused, then you've done it. If not, then there's still more work to do. Okay. And there we go. There's that. Okay, stop. Let's make sure the solution actually works. I'm pretty sure it does, but that would be pretty embarrassing if it did not. Man, this is annoying. Okay, so now I click on this. Boom. Dun, 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 dun. Stop. And great. Now our labels and our fields are associated. It's Green readers everywhere rejoice. We're still far from finished, though. Let's handle error messages next. Okay. Remember the first rule of ARIA? That's the case for our error messages. So we need to add ARIA invalid true and ARIA described by to the input if there is an error. Otherwise, those attributes should not appear. So you'll set them to undefined in that case. Okay, let's just see. And we do this for more than just the input. We'll want this for the form as well. Let's also, I suggest you start with line 16 and make the ID on the error list component not optional. Then TypeScript will help you know the other places you need to go to add the error ID and handle the attributes on the form and input elements. Godspeed. And actually, I think this could use a little bit more explanation. You can determine this based on whether action data status error yada yada. Okay, cool. Yeah, we could actually switch this as well. Oh, whoops. Open that in app 2, actually. Yeah, I like this better. Okay, so yep, that's good. Change them all. Hold on. Yeah, change them all. Okay. Yeah, we don't need a tip for that. This will still work. They don't need to be told to fix that because it doesn't make a difference. Okay, cool. So that's that one. Here, I want to look at something here. So if I go to the profile and we turn on the screen reader, here, let's do it in a separate thing altogether. Why is it not saying anything out loud? Well, I'll just look at it, I guess. Ah, man. Gotta turn on no validate to test this out. Nah, heck with that. We'll just do it right here. Okay. Boom. I hit it. We don't get that error message read. Okay, so then on the solution, start the app. Open that up. Let's make this also have no validate. Get rid of that. Boom. It's not reading. I'm worried. Maybe I do need to have the role. Okay, so must be at least 3 characters. Oh, we're not auto-focusing yet. Yeah, well, okay. Rats. Okay, back that up. Let's go. Okay, let's come back here then. Stop, stop, then go to Focus Management Solution. My goal here is just to see, oh, that's weird, whether I need to have the role alert. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, so then if I add alert, I also think I need to make this form no validate. That's interesting. Oh, because I think I was focused on it already, maybe. Why is it focusing on this one? it should focus on this one. Username comes first, doesn't it? Maybe weird. Huh. What, is HMR not working? Oh man, I gotta do it again. Why didn't it debugger? What happened to the debugger? Yeah, that's annoying. Whatever. What the heck? This is so aggravating. Oh, good grief. Okay, I'm gonna take my lunch break and then I'll come back and figure out what this is all about. Yeah, go away. Okay, just want to make sure we're not just sticking that on there. Maybe we just ask Twitter. Okay, cool. Well, that's it. We'll just see what happens with that, and we'll try some more things out in a bit. Thanks everybody for joining. I'm gonna go eat lunch and I'll come back and we will finish. We're almost done with the accessibility one, and then we have the SEO one, and then maybe, just maybe, I will be able to work on some tests. That would be good. I need to decide if it's more important to work on the tests or more important to work on the thing that starts and stops the apps as you navigate between these. I think it would probably be best if it starts the problem and solution and only stops them when you move on to the next step. So each step will start both. The trick is, what if you want to open, what if you want to open things in 2 tabs and stuff? It'd be really annoying to have all the other ones get closed. Man, I don't know what to do about that. I guess if you want to have it going in 2 tabs, you just turn off that feature, uncheck the checkbox. I don't know. Got to think about it. But in any case, pretty sure tests are probably more important. So, see you all after lunch.